Have I filled it out yet?
Spent your way to the peg, or don't you know until after?
I think I'm so I'm just at the post thing that somebody else did, and I just want to, I'm not moving anything.
I like that.
To do quite a bunch of time. I'm that
Yes.
way. Not nervous. But I'm just like, come on, hit me. Because I'm sure
All right.
lots of people want to high charge.
Yeah, all right. That might make a difference. Some years.
Thank you.
Is that the blend? Is this Queen Anne School? No, I don't think I do. No, I know that. I do know a bit about the Second American Constitution that it was actually one of the uses like alliance from flight to left wingers. It's just voted that the left wingers who feared the state, and it was the right wingers who didn't want the state. If they're not work together. Well, I shall now go to my points. But Robin, but I can tell you, the day when I don't learn something is a mistake. Because you see, I'm not. When you're very ignorant, your knowledge can be so the boundary with your ignorance is similar to knowledge. So one of the things about which you're ignorant is how ignorant you are. As you gain knowledge, the boundary of your ignorance starts. So as you become more knowledgeable, the more you realise you don't know. The more you don't, the more you know, the more you realise. Correct. But of course, also, we get to mindset, that's what happens is so you've now got inner value, it's the previous knowledge. Now, here's the thing. I will definitely go and read some more about this. Yeah, interesting.
Scottish calculation. Scottish calculation is based in Germany. And then they had tax. And then they were given a swap. And you were given 4 or 5 languages. Well, that's interesting. Great.
That's Ray Roger. I've not written a lot of notes.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm busy.
You're busy, as always.
Oil drivers attached to at the time of the war. I'm not sure. I think it may. His military record doesn't seem to be until when he got discharged. And he got discharged because he went deaf, presumably redundancy, and he got a Chelsea pension for it.
If you hear this alarm, please stand by for further information before evacuating. In the event of an emergency in this area, you will hear a continuous ring. Please evacuate immediately through one of the clearly marked fire exits. All delegates should assemble in car park 2 at the fire assembly point next to the tower. Thank you.
You always do. You carry that. Is that right? We'll come through this device. Everything does. I'm the people with stops. All my stuff is on Google Drive. That's Amazon. So it's not just
Here come the heroes. The everyday miracle workers, whose heads never bow, whose feet keep on walking, making a difference week after week. Here are the builders, the fixers, and the ones who inspire, take risks, and create. Here comes the future, full of hope and ambition, always rushing to start living. The ones who can never stand still, or sit still either. Here are the forward thinkers who make our tomorrows, the ones who see differently, the ones who drive progress. And here are the undecided who still debate what can be and how we can get there. And here's the believers, for whom the question isn't if, but when. Who are they, these people? These carers and doers, innovators and dreamers. And yes, the occasional stumblers. They are the people of Scotland, who push Scotland forward, who make Scotland stronger. We've all come such a long way together. And together, we can go even further.
Well, welcome, conference. I think we can all say it's been a pretty momentous week in Scottish politics. If only we had a big event to cap the week off. But before we begin, let's welcome to the platform our leader, the leader of the Scottish National Party, the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon. And now I'm delighted to present Angus Robertson, who will give the welcome address to our campaign conference. So please welcome the Deputy Leader of the SNP, Angus Robertson, MP.
A very good morning and a very happy St. Patrick's Day. Friends, delegates, supporters old and new, welcome to Aberdeen for the SNP's biggest ever spring conference. And can I begin with a particularly warm welcome to all of our council candidates and all of our campaign teams from right across the country. With only weeks to go until polling day, I want to thank everybody for their efforts and wish everybody the best of luck. Can I also take this opportunity to thank all of those SNP councillors who are not standing for re-election. Many thanks for your public service and for your dedication to the communities that you've served with such great distinction. Many, many thanks. Now, our conference will underline our party's priorities in education, in growing the economy, in investing in the NHS, protecting public services, and yes, standing up for Scottish democracy. And this is an historic gathering of supporters of Scottish independence following an historic announcement by Scotland's First Minister. And let there be no doubt, Scotland will have its referendum and the people of this country will have their choice. They will not be denied their say. Just in case some people in Whitehall aren't listening. Scotland's referendum is going to happen, and no UK Prime Minister should dare to stand in the way of Scotland's democracy. At this conference, we are going to show the trust that we place in the people of Scotland. And it's clear from the Prime Minister's panicked response to the Scottish Government's decision to rightly give the people of Scotland a choice over Scotland's future that the Tories are simply scared of the people's choice. The Tories' argument is not about process. It's about their desperate desire to prevent anyone having the chance to reject the hard-right Brexit that they are so wedded to. The truth is, it should not be for either Theresa May or the Scottish Government to decide Scotland's future. That choice belongs to the Parliament and the people of Scotland, and it is one that this party will never, ever shy away from. We cannot drift along for the next 2 years and just hope for the best. We face the very real prospect of a right-wing Tory government until at least 2030, and being dragged out of the EU and the single market with all the damage our economy and society that will cause. If the Prime Minister refuses to engage on the terms of the referendum before Brexit takes place, then she is effectively trying to block the people of Scotland having a choice over their future. That would be a democratic outrage. If Scotland can be ignored on an issue as important as our membership of the EU and the single market, then it's clear that our voice and our interests can be ignored at any time and on any issue. So when the terms of Brexit are known, and not before, we will give the people the choice over the direction Scotland should take before it is too late to change course. Before people make that choice, we will set out the challenges and opportunities of independence. In particular, we will set out how to secure our relationship with Europe, build a stronger economy, a fairer society, and forge a genuine partnership of equals across these islands. Now, this, of course, has been a week of total chaos for the UK government, including the screeching, embarrassing U-turn on Tory budget plans to attack the self-employed. And the contrast with the Scottish Government and our First Minister could not have been clearer. I am immensely proud of the leadership, the principled leadership we have seen from our leader, Nicola Sturgeon. We are so very fortunate in a time of instability and uncertainty caused by the hard Brexit fixation of the Tories to have a First Minister who's respected, not just in Scotland, but elsewhere in the UK and in Europe for her efforts to protect us from the dangerous and damaging Tory hard Brexit. It's under her leadership that we've seen a willingness to secure a compromise agreement with the UK government. And of course, we shouldn't forget that it was the Prime Minister who said that she wanted a UK-wide approach, an agreement with the devolved administrations of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland before triggering Article 50. And it's Nicola Sturgeon who responded to the promise of that agreement and made a detailed compromise proposal, one that would protect our place in the single market, have the appropriate arrangements for EU citizens contributing and living here, and all of that within the United Kingdom. It is she and the Scottish Government ministers who've attended meeting after meeting with UK Government ministers and the Prime Minister, and absolutely no concrete progress has come whatsoever from the Tory government side. And contrast all of that with the leadership offered by Theresa May, who of course originally warned that Brexit would be a disaster. But it is she who is now heading towards the most extreme form of Brexit imaginable. She is planning to take us out of the single market. She wants to keep powers over Scottish agriculture and fisheries at Westminster. She is playing games with EU citizens, and she is doing anything that she can to run away from her promise to only proceed once she had an agreement with the Scottish Government. And during this week, I asked her 3 times when she would reach that agreement with the Scottish Government before triggering Article 50. And 3 times she failed to answer. You might have seen her on Prime Minister's Questions, wagging her finger towards Scotland and lecturing us on what is good for us, as if we were naughty children who should shut up and sit on the naughty step. Well, I've got news for you, Prime Minister. Your mask has slipped, and the real face of Tory arrogance is there for all to see. And what your arrogant bluster doesn't conceal is that you have no intention whatsoever of reaching a deal with the Scottish Government. You intend to break your promise to Scotland, and you think that you can get away with it. Well, let me be absolutely clear to Theresa May. You are not going to get away with it. There is a very, very big question for Theresa May, and it is, does she respect Scottish democracy? does she respect the cast iron mandate of the Scottish Government? If the Scottish Parliament decides that there should be a referendum after the Brexit negotiations are concluded, but before Scotland is dragged out of the EU, will she respect that? Will she give a clear and unambiguous statement today that she will respect the wishes of Scotland's National Parliament? If she does not, this will be the proof that the Tories have returned to the bad old days of Thatcher's Britain, running roughshod over Scotland, and we will not accept that. Nobody is proposing that there should be a referendum held right now. The Prime Minister knows that. Everybody understands that. But if it's only fair to be able to conclude Brexit negotiations before a referendum, then it's only fair that the people should have their say in the months after that, before the UK leaves the EU. If it's fair for other parliaments to have their say in that period, then it's only fair for Scottish voters to have their say at the same time. What would be unfair is to deny the people of Scotland their choice. That would be undemocratic, and that would be totally and utterly unacceptable. Now, it comes as little surprise that Ruth Davidson plans to help the Prime Minister as much as she can. After all, she's sold out on her 2014 promises that Scotland would be safe in the European Union, or her post-Brexit referendum commitment to protecting our place in the single market. It is unsurprising that Scottish Tories are putting their party before any principles that they once had. For them, being run from Westminster is more important to them than anything else. But on the other hand, you would have thought that Scottish Labour and Kezia Dugdale would have learned the damaging lessons of cozying up to the Tories, but they seem to be doing it all again. So even at this late stage, this very late stage, I would appeal to Kezia Dugdale: don't vote with the Tories next week in the Scottish Parliament and seek to deny voters in Scotland their democratic choice. It's going to be bad enough for Labour in the forthcoming local government elections without reminding the dwindling and demoralised remainder of their voters that they would rather side with the Tories than trust the Scottish electorate. Now, the local government elections are really important, and they are a straight choice between the SNP and the Tories. The choice facing voters this May is clear: an SNP-led council working with the Scottish Government to invest in communities and local services, or Tories putting cuts before everything else. And the SNP has a very, very strong record, investing in communities with £400 million more this year alone for local services, from improving attainment in our schools to supporting social care. The SNP is helping families by increasing free childcare for 3- and 4-year-olds and vulnerable 2-year-olds to 30 hours per week, matching the time that children spend in primary school each week. Provision will be flexible and delivered in a way which best suits parents' and family needs. The SNP is investing in our schools to give every child in Scotland the best start in life, prioritising closing the attainment gap and giving more power and resources directly to schools, to allow teachers, parents and communities to make the best decisions for their schools. The SNP is rolling out the Daily Mile in local authority nurseries and schools to improve the physical, emotional and social health and well-being of our children, and providing free, healthy, nutritious school meals every day for all children in P1 to 3 and low-income households. The SNP is working to deliver 50,000 new affordable homes by 2021, 35,000 of which will be for social rent. and the SNP will devolve at least 1% of each council's budget directly to communities in the area, giving citizens the ability to choose where this money is spent locally. And of course, the SNP is supporting small businesses by extending the Small Business Bonus Scheme to lift 100,000 small and medium-sized business properties out of business rates altogether. And the SNP is providing councils with the powers to offer rate reductions to attract new investment or to target specific locations or sectors. All of these are great reasons to ensure we help elect the maximum number of SNP councillors in the forthcoming local government elections. And in government, we're building a better Scotland. We're giving taxpayers the best deal anywhere in the UK. We're investing in the NHS and all of our public services. With the SNP, hospital A&E departments are by far the best performing in the UK. We're building a stronger economy. With the SNP, productivity is growing 4 times as fast as the UK, and unemployment is the second lowest in the EU. We're working to increase free childcare to 30 hours a week, which will save families over £4,500 a year. So delegates, the SNP is delivering across the country through the Scottish Government. With SNP councillors and SNP-led councils, we will deliver for local communities. At Westminster, it is the SNP that forms the effective opposition to the Tories. So with your help and the help of SNP members and supporters across the country, we will deliver a better future for the people of this country. So let us go from this conference and let us do just that. Many thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus, for that. Thank you, Angus, for that rousing address. Now to the slightly less rousing report of the Standing Orders and Agenda Committee, which is the basis on which, of course, we have our conference. Please welcome the new National Secretary.
Yes, I think making a SOAC report exciting is a bit of a hard ask, but it's my pleasure and privilege to move the SOAC report. If you haven't seen a copy of it yet, then it is available on the conference app, which is at conf.snp.org, conf.snp.org. So, Fáilte, welcome to Aberdeen. I was going to say, I hope we have a great campaign conference, but judging by the buzz in the room, everyone is fired up anyway. So SOAC met in January. I'll just run through briefly. SOAC met in January. We had just shy of 100 resolutions. And most of the people who have submitted resolutions and that weren't successful, you should have received feedback or will be receiving it very shortly. We've also, in this conference, endeavoured to include more workshops and sessions on equalities and on political education. So keep an eye on the conference handbook and have a look through for the sessions that appeal to you as well. There's training on things like the new MySNP and STV as well. I would also say that after a conference, we're hoping to send out a survey to delegates as well to just improve the feedback that we get as a committee as to what you guys make of conference. So just to wrap up briefly, another key point that the National Secretary has to stress is to stick to time. We have a lot of cards in, so Derek has a red button and he's not afraid to use it. But mainly just enjoy yourselves. I hope we all have a great conference and we're all fired up to go and win in May. Thanks very much. I move the SWAT report.
Thank you very much, Angus. Angus mentioned that the chair, the convener, will be strict with time. Speakers, be warned, we still have the magic button, which means if you go over, we will be quite disciplined. Remarkably, we have no cards in, no questions of the SOAC report. I was about to suggest that. I was about to say I know Jerry Fisher is in the building. Welcome, Jerry. Welcome. And what I was going on to say, I have no cards in for any questions of the SOAC report, but Jerry has asked it anyway, that he doesn't have a question, so I welcome that. Can conference, by acclaim, please approve the conference agenda? Thank you very much. And now we move to a very significant resolution, 10 years of SNP government, to be proposed by the Cabinet Secretary and Ministers throughout those 10 years, Fiona Hislop, to be seconded by Humza Yousaf. Please welcome Fiona Hislop.
Delegates, this is a conference. Conference, as the Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs in the Scottish Government, can I also start by wishing all our Irish friends a happy St Patrick's Day. Of course, the path and history of independent Ireland is quite different from that of Scotland, but the rights of self-determination of nations stands firm, and the right to choose is ours. As Irish leader Charles Stewart Parnell once stated, no man has a right to fix the boundary of the march of a nation. No man has a right to say to his country, thus far shalt thou go and no further. And Theresa May, no woman either. Now, as I propose this resolution as we approach 10 years of delivery of the Scottish Government, it is important to reflect that that 10 years has been built on the platform of 18 years of devolution, built on the foundations of a desire by the people of Scotland to have decisions and democracy represented in a parliament in Scotland. And it is the dislike, the disdain and the disregard of the devolution rights of the Scottish Parliament by the Conservatives which is being laid bare. They may want to defer the referendum, but they are determined to diminish devolution of the Scottish Parliament in the process. And the delivery of policies improving the lives of people of Scotland has been demonstrated by the ambitious leadership and the possibilities that we have shown in that government over the last 10 years. And we have had outstanding government leadership in the last 10 years. And having served in both their cabinets and seen their commitment, their dedication and their skill, I would ask Conference to recognise both Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon as First Minister of Scotland that we are proud of. And as Nicola Sturgeon takes us forward to the next stage and the next phase of delivery for Scotland, and before we hear during this conference of our plans going forward, let me reflect on what we have achieved. And the work of delivery of all our Scottish Government ministers has been made possible by the steadfast support of this party, our members, our elected MSPs, MPs, MEPs and councillors over the last 10 years, and I thank you. And delegates, what a record of delivery that has been. Now, page 5 to 19 of the conference agenda lists 144 achievements. And as the UK government has chosen to pursue a systematic marketisation of public services, of education and health, the Scottish Government took on the challenges of a recession, but chose a different path and different priorities. Our focus on health now sees record health funding, the best performing A&E in the UK, 9.6% more staff in the NHS, high patient satisfaction, prescription charges abolished, and we have delivered on integrating health and social care. That's ambition and that's delivery. And our support for young people has kept youth employment at its second lowest in the EU. And we have highest level of positive destinations for our young people leaving school. And last 2 years, we have seen a record number of young people passing our higher examinations. And when I took office in 2007, there were 14,000 modern apprentices. And I, with others, are now delivering. So there are now 27 modern apprentices available. And delegates, when we took office in 2007, university students had to pay a bill for their education, and I introduced the bill to abolish tuition fees, and since then, students and families have saved £1 billion. Ability to learn prioritised over ability to pay. And on our international responsibilities, we've trebled our international aid budget, and only yesterday the First Minister announced £200,000 for the East Africa debt appeal. Delegates, let's send our support to those in East Africa and support the debt appeal. Our streets are safer, with 42%, a 42-year low in terms of recorded crime. We've reduced our emissions by 42% for our environment. We smashed our target 6 years early. And we've acted to secure jobs in our industries. We've secured the Scottish steel industry and the smelter in Lochaber. That is a government delivering. And delegates, our values have been so important in how we've delivered in government. We've championed equality, fairness, democracy and social justice. Scotland now has one of the most progressive equal marriage laws in the world and has been rated as the best country in Europe for LGBT rights for the 2nd year running. And delegates, no one pays the bedroom tax in Scotland. And we have placed trust and confidence in our young people, and 16 and 17-year-olds will now have the right to vote in Scottish Parliament and Scottish Council elections. So, delegates, take that message to the doorsteps. Make sure you know all of those 144 achievements. We have delivered so much, but there's more that has to be done. We are a government and we are a party with a delivery record. We have a quality team and we have ambitious vision. But let's make sure that we keep our eye on the horizon. This is a wonderful country in Scotland, but there is so much more to do. Let's take forward the arguments, support the resolution.
Now welcome Humza Yousaf MSP to second, to be followed by Shirley Ann Somerville MSP.
She stole all my best lines, I tell you. Conference, what a pleasure it is to be here. What a 10 years it's been, conference. How different life was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, our Mary Black was just starting high school. 10 years ago, the business convener, who thankfully isn't here, wasn't so much of a silver fox, if you get what I mean. 10 years ago, the First Minister might not have ever even taken a selfie before. 10 years ago. 10 years ago, they were actually Labour MPs, plural, in Scotland. So some things have changed for the better. 10 years. 10 years ago, Jerry Fisher would have put in questions against the SWAT report, so some things also definitely changed. 10 years ago, though, importantly, there was a Scottish executive. Now, conference, 10 years, you have a Scottish government. Conference,
I've been a minister in the government for about 5 years, and if there's something, and one thing I've learnt in that time, is that governing is about choices. You'll remember 2008, 9 years ago, we felt the brunt of a global recession. That's despite, of course, Gordon Brown's vow that boom and bust was over, another vow that we shouldn't have listened to, of course. But that we are in the midst of that global recession. The UK government chose a path to punish the poorest and most vulnerable in society, but the Scottish government, led at that time by Alex Salmond, deputised by Nicola Sturgeon, chose a different path. If you ask me, Conference, you wanted a government at that time, and still today, that put people first. You wanted a government and want a government that puts fairness and equality and social justice at the heart of everything we do and that we did in the past. That's why I think you're proud, as Fiona said, of a government that during the heat of recession ensured that no one paid the dreaded and abhorrent bedroom tax. I think you're proud of a government that in that time has worked hard to reduce youth unemployment to its lowest ever level since records began. I think you're proud of a government that's ensured that female employment at its highest, higher than anywhere else in the UK. I think you're proud of a Scottish government that in the heat of that recession has helped 100,000 businesses through its rates relief. I think you're proud of a government that when people needed that affordable housing that we built and have built since 2007, 60,000 affordable houses, while that other mob only built 6 council houses. I think you're proud of the fact. I think you're proud of the fact that even during those tough economic challenges, during that heat of recession, during a time of financial constraint, that we didn't forget our obligation to equality. I think you're proud of the fact that we have a Scottish government that is a 50-50 gender split, that has that gender equality right at the heart of it. I think you're proud of a Scottish government that continues to invest in Scotland, whether that's in the Queensferry crossing, which is coming in under budget, and as Transport Minister, I love projects that come in under budget. I think you're proud of a Scottish government that has invested in this city. Aberdeen has been used as a cash cow by successive UK governments. And when Aberdeen and the North Sea is facing some challenges and facing some difficulties, well, the UK government may have chosen to abandon them. I think you're proud of a Scottish government that stood and stands shoulder to shoulder with the people of Aberdeen and those that work in our North Sea. I think you're proud of a Scottish government that is invested in building, of course, the AWPR, which will be complete towards the end of this year, that is invested in the Aberdeen City deal, that is invested in oil jobs task force. I think you're proud of the Scottish Government's actions in this city. I think you're proud of a Scottish Government that, of course, has invested in our transport, whether that's £1 billion in our trains and in our ferries, and, of course, in the legislation that we'll bring forward to ensure that we reverse that decline in bus patronage as well. But I think you're also proud of a Scottish Government that in and amongst all of that in the 10 years that we've been in government, in 2014, of course, we gave the people of Scotland the right to determine and to choose their own path and their own future. Now, while that might not have been the result that you and I wanted, how proud are all of us that with all the conflict and the difficulty in the world, that we exercised that democracy with not so much a nosebleed, let alone a drop of blood. So if Theresa May thinks we can just shut up and eat our cereal, she better think again. And I will end on this point, that I was reflecting while coming here on what has been the proudest day, I think, in those 10 years in government. Everybody will have their own perspectives on this, but for me, the proudest day was November 17th, 2015. It was a dreik day, a grey day. It was one of those days where the rain was so heavy, whichever angle you held your umbrella, somehow you were still soaked from head to toe. And in Glasgow, as we call it, frankly, it was pish and doon. But nonetheless, the reason why I remember November 17th, 2015, why it was the proudest day that I think of this government, was that that was the day that the first ever Syrian refugees to come to the UK arrived in Glasgow. You see, Conference, you can't legislate for compassion. You can't put in humanity and human decency into statutory legislation. but you can show political leadership. So if you remember when the rest of Europe, perhaps with the exception of Germany, but with most of Europe turning their back and most of the world turning their back on refugees, on the most vulnerable that were fleeing persecution, that were looking for a home, that needed the most basic of basic human compassion, I think you were as proud as I was when the First Minister said that Scotland will stand at the front of the queue and not cower back. Now, on top of that, let me just tell you this. Before I came on stage, I checked, and your trains are running at 95%. Thank you very much.
Welcome Shirley Ann Somerville, MSP Conference. Shirley Ann will be the last speaker in this debate.
Thank you. Conference, 10 years is definitely a long time in politics. 10 years ago, Hamza Yousaf and I were probably still considered as young. Unfortunately, not anymore these days. But I would like to reflect on what we have done as an SNP government for children and for young people. It was the SNP who grasped the importance of providing children with the best start in life. In 2007, we published the first ever early years framework and backed that in 2011 with £50 million to transform the support for families. And we continue to deliver on that. From this year, my ministerial colleague Mark MacDonald will ensure that every newborn in Scotland will have their baby box. Essentials for the first month. Essentials for the first months of life provided to every newborn child in Scotland, with the same aims of that Finnish model to improve the outcomes right from birth, delivering on our promise to get it right for every child, right from the very start of life. And in schools, we've cut class sizes. In 2006, there was more than 16,000 children in Primary 1, where classes of 26 children were taught. By last year, that had fallen to only 698. The latest statistics show that over 134,000 children in primaries 1 to 3 now benefit from free school meals, saving parents around £380 a year. In 2005, under 10% of children benefited from at least 2 hours of PE a week in school. That's now 80% of children benefiting. But we've also invested in our school estate. Between 2007 and 2015, 607 schools have been built or refurbished. That's twice as many as the previous administration managed. But we also recognise the importance of what happens after school, and we're continuing to support our young people in that. More of our population is educated beyond school than any other European country, and there's a higher percentage of our young people leaving school for positive destinations such as work, training or further education. More Scots go to university than ever before. That's including more young people from our most deprived backgrounds. Those students leave university with the lowest levels of debt in the UK and are more likely to be employed under graduating. And as Fiona has quite rightly said, they do that under free education. And as the Minister for Higher Education, that is a commitment that I am proud that we will continue on. But we can also be very proud of the fact that when there was that financial crash and the subsequent economic downturn, we didn't leave a generation of young children behind. We were the first government to appoint a Minister for Youth Employment. And we've went further. We've continued to ensure that by 40% of young people will have the lowest unemployment rate by 2021. Colleges are key to our success, with more young people at college. And we've gone further than our manifesto commitments, with over 117,000 full-time equivalent college places being provided. We're not just doing what we promised to deliver, we're doing more than we promised, and we'll continue to do that. And you've heard about our commitment to ensure that young people have a vote and have their voice. One of the most abiding memories for me about the 2014 referendum was the 16 and 17-year-olds who voted in that referendum. Now, as Hamza said, we didn't get the result that we were hoping for from that, but we can be proud of the role that they played. And I'll be very proud to see more 16 and 17-year-olds delivering their vote in our next Scottish independence referendum, which is our choice to have.
That's time, Shirley-Ann.
So, conference, we will give every child the best start in life. No matter where you're born, no matter where you're brought up, our children will have the opportunity to thrive and to succeed. And your government will get on with delivering a better future for all our young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference, and apologies to other people who put cards in to speak in that debate that were not able to take you. We have no cards in against, Conference, so can we agree that resolution by acclaim? Thank you, Conference. We'll now move on to Resolution 2 on action on North Sea jobs, to be moved by Gillian Martin, MSP, and seconded by Paul Wheelhouse. And could I ask all speakers to keep to time, please, as much as possible?
Conference, I am pleased to move this resolution on behalf of the Ellenland District Branch, a branch situated in an area where the implications of the low global oil price on people's lives are all too apparent. I submitted a similar resolution under my own name last year for our autumn conference, and when it didn't make the agenda, I suggested to the branch that we should resubmit it for the spring conference. But I remember saying it probably won't get taken because by that time surely Philip Hammond will have been too embarrassed, if nothing else, to ignore calls from the industry. I said to them, the chances are Westminster will do something. We might need to submit a backup. Ever the optimist. How utterly depressing to be wrong. What was the industry promised last week? He promised a panel of experts, a discussion paper, a talking shop, a kick into the long grass. We must call them out on their responsibilities because I don't know if you've noticed, but they don't think that we can handle the tax levers to determine how this vital industry works. The powers are still reserved to them. Day on day, your SNP MSPs sit in the chamber in Holyrood and listen to howls and cries from the opposition benches. The Scottish Government must do more. This from parties who denied us full powers to run our own country. The hypocrisy of the Tory representatives using our oil and gas industry as a political weapon against us is galling and offensive. When the oil and gas flows, when the oil and gas flows at a high price, it's an unpredictable burden which Scots cannot possibly manage alone. And when the production rates are down, as they are across the whole of the West due to market forces, it's Scotland's problem to solve. And as the Deputy First Minister pointed out last week when he stood in for the First Minister at FMQs, the Scottish oil and gas has been a massive bonus to the UK. Over the life of the North Sea oil and gas, over £330 billion have been generated for the UK Treasury, brought ashore by people who are now being betrayed. It is time to get a return on that bonus. Where are the broad shoulders of the UK? A refusal to do more than offer lip service to assist oil and gas production companies and protect jobs is a national disgrace. And to be propped up by their energy spokesman in the Scottish Parliament, Alexander Burnett, who said last week ahead of the UK budget that there were no industry demands of the Chancellor, was offensive to those who have lost or are facing the threat of losing their jobs, his constituents and mine. Why would a government simply cast an industry adrift? an industry that is suffering a temporary downturn as a result of geopolitical issues out of its control, and an industry that has so much more to give, an estimated 20 billion barrels, in fact. By contrast, what has the Scottish Government done with the powers that we have to ease uncertainty of the oil and gas market situation? We have provided a 12 million innovation fund, a 1.1 million investment to support business resilience, a transition training fund for those that are moving out of oil and gas, an energy jobs task force to help those facing redundancy find work. We've more than doubled the amount given by Westminster to the Aberdeen City Region deal. You've all seen the progress on the Aberdeen Western Peripheral route as you made your way here today. And just last month, we've given rates reduction in office, space and hospitality businesses in the North East, which takes some of the financial pressure off local businesses. Tory Minister, Energy Minister, Greg Clark is on record as saying the oil and gas industry is, quote, a huge priority for the UK. Well, Mr Clark and Mr Hammond, prove it. When is that action going to happen? Today, tomorrow, or too late to make any impact? Or to coin a phrase, is now not the right time? Support the resolution.
Paul Wheelhouse to second the resolution, to be followed by George Bruce to speak in favour.
Thank you very much, Conference. And I think we can all see what a tremendous champion Gillian Martin MSP is for not only her area but for the oil and gas industry. So please, give a round of applause to Gillian. As Gillian has said, the oil and gas industry has given £330 billion of tax revenues to the UK Treasury. We owe a debt of gratitude as a country, and certainly the UK government owes a debt of gratitude to the hard-working men and women who've made that happen. Let us not forget the challenges they face in delivering the oil and gas and the primary energy we need as a society. An audience in the North East of Scotland doesn't need to be reminded of it, but the Piper Alpha disaster put in very clear terms the kind of challenges that people face on a day-to-day basis in delivering the energy we need. And that means that the UK government needs to treat the industry with the respect it deserves and to honour the efforts that have been put in to deliver really badly needed funds for successive UK governments. As we all know, if it wasn't for the oil and gas industry during the 1980s, Margaret Thatcher's government would have probably struggled to survive that period and face successive re-elections. But the industry has had a really tough couple of years, and we know that that has been caused by geopolitical factors out with the control of the industry here. And regrettably, there have been redundancies, and Gillian touched on some of the things that we're doing to help. I don't need to tell an audience again in the North East of Scotland just how tough it has been. You see it on a day-to-day basis. You probably have friends and colleagues who've been affected in one way or the other. We do welcome the fact that latterly there has been a discussion paper and a panel, but as Gillian said, it must not just be a talking shop. We have been pushing the UK government for years. My predecessor Fergus Ewing, myself since I was appointed, the First Minister, the Cabinet Secretary Keith Brown and the Finance Secretary Derek Mackay have all been pushing for important tax changes to help sustain the industry through a really tough period and to help provide the kind of support we need to develop a new decommissioning industry in Scotland as well, to take advantage of that. Operators and supply chain companies have had a really tough period. And we know that though today still there's 125,000 jobs still involved in the industry in Scotland. So what are we doing as a government? We are taking forward, as Gillian said, the Energy Jobs Task Force, which has set aside 4 PACE job events. 3,500 people have been affected by redundancy, have attended those. Through that forum, we've set up 64 new businesses through the Elevator Fresh Start initiative. Scottish Enterprise engaged directly with over 800 oil and gas companies via 36 events to provide them with targeted support and resilience support. We have helped 1,700 individuals through the Transition Training Fund to have the training to get into new jobs, either within the industry and new roles or outside the industry. And we have also provided 2 procurement rounds for up to 755 people to be provided with new employment opportunities. As Gillian said, £12.5 million has been provided for innovation and business resilience funding, 78 innovation projects worth £16 million with £7 million of Scottish Government funding, and we are providing £2.5 million worth of business resilience reviews. Conference, this government is acting with our powers, our devolved powers, to help the industry. It's time for the UK government, given they have reserve powers, to do the right thing, stand up for the industry that has helped them so many times over the last 30 to 40 years, and do the right thing and give them the support they need now. No longer time to wait. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you, Paul. George Bruce. George, I can give you 2 minutes.
Good morning, Conference. I'm proud to say I was born and brought up in the North East, and one of the things that's become very clear to me living here in the heart of our industry, the powers to prioritise the industry should not be in the South East of England, they should be here in Scotland. Because, Conference, the situation at the moment is not only untenable, it's outrageous. Every week in Holyrood and Westminster, the Tory benches celebrate the challenges to our industry, which has so long made up for Westminster economic shortfalls. One of our nation's prized industry is not being used to tackle social issues. It's not being used to create a fund for the future. No, it's being used by the UK government for one thing and one thing only, making political points, and that is ridiculous. Conference, one of the few areas, as Gillian Martin has said, where the Chancellor's budget didn't perform a screeching U-turn was their intentions to do pitiful amounts for this industry. And it's not just in Westminster. It's not just in Westminster where the Tories are all at sea on oil and gas. In Holyrood, as Gillian Martin has said, Alexander Burnett, an MSP from this area, has not content just to ignore the industry. No, he's gone further and said the UK government should do nothing. The industry doesn't need tax breaks. It doesn't want tax breaks. Now, Alexander Burnett, if he's listening today, and maybe he should do one thing and one thing only. Stop standing up for himself and start standing up for his constituents in Holyrood. So while the Tories, whether it's in Holyrood or Westminster, sit on their hands or laugh at our industry's struggles, the Scottish Government, as Gillian Martin has said, has used their powers, not the full levers, but has used their powers to help the industry through difficult times. 5 million decommission challenges to put new growth and activity into the industry. And as Gillian Martin says, 12 million to support innovation and resilience. So one thing is clear for the Tories. They need to start acting more like the Scottish Government and stop looking out for themselves. Thank you.
And I should have said that George was a first-time speaker at conference, delegates. I have no cards in against. Gillian, can I ask you to waive your right to sum up? Thank you very much. In that case, can we pass the resolution by acclaim, Conference? Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to some very important business. You'll have noticed that there was I hope that you'll have noticed that there was a quick change of chair during that previous session. And the reason for that is that I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker, who is usually our business convener, but he's going to speak to us now in his capacity as Cabinet Secretary for Finance and the Constitution, Derek Mackay, MSP.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. It's a real honour to do an address in this capacity. Talking of honour, it was John Swinney that did warn me that he had a full head of hair when he started as Finance Secretary. Now, I've kept my hair so far, but as you can see, it's going grey rather fast. But it might not have been this role. It started before when I was Transport Minister at Conference. It has really been an honour to serve this party as business convener for 6 years now, as Transport Minister, as Local Government Minister, and of course previously as leader of Renfrewshire Council. But there can be no doubt that the greatest privilege is to have been appointed by the First Minister to serve her and Scotland as the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and the Constitution.
Just over 3 weeks ago, this government delivered its first budget in this term, and I was proud to lead that process, delivering on the mandate we secured at the Scottish elections last May, guided by the priorities set out in the programme for government. But, Conference, I was under no illusion of the scale of the task to balance the Scottish budget and secure support for it. It was an historic budget that used our new income tax powers for the first time to deliver stability and security and protect the social contract that the people of Scotland so value. And I recognise that we're in a parliament of minorities. Each party has its own priorities and commitments, so my duty is to find consensus and common ground on key spending decisions to deliver sound governance of the finances of our nation. Now, the SNP, the largest group in Parliament by far, having secured a record-high share of the constituency vote, has every right to pursue the delivery of our policies. But I listened carefully and acted on issue after issue, building a budget that could be supported by everyone. Well, I tried, anyway. But what was the response from across the chamber to my willingness to offer areas of agreement? They voted against the budget anyway, and in doing so, they opposed £900 million of extra spending for our public services. The Tories opposed it because I didn't pass on their tax cuts. Their demands tell you everything you need to know about their priorities. They demanded tax cuts for the top 10% of income earners, tax cuts for the biggest 10% of businesses, and tax cuts for the top end of the housing market. Conference, these are not our priorities. Conference, our priorities are investment in our vital public services, the NHS, education, early years, police, childcare, digital, housing, infrastructure, and of course, local services. And we also want to grow Scotland's economy with new funding for city deals, new innovation and investment hubs in Dublin, London, Brussels and Berlin, and a £4 billion package being invested in infrastructure projects. We want Scotland to be a good place to do business. So we're extending the small business bonus to deliver on our election promise that more than 100,000 businesses will not pay rates at all. The £660 million package for rates relief ensures that 7 out of 10 premises in Scotland will pay either the same, less or no business rates at all from the 1st of April. And we want to deliver a world-class education system which allows all children and young people to fulfil their potential. £1.6 billion of investment in higher and further education means no tuition fees and maintains at least 116,000 full-time college places. But closing the attainment gap is our #1 priority. So we're providing an additional £120 million directly to our schools to raise standards for all. And we're embarking on delivering on our vision for childcare through £60 million of investment in the first phase of work to expand free early learning and childcare. And Conference, we want to protect our precious NHS. In 2017-18, NHS revenue spending will increase to £12.7 billion, an increase of £120 million above inflation, and the first step towards delivering our commitment to increase the NHS revenue budget by almost £2 billion by the end of this Parliament. And within that, we will see for the first time funding for mental health services exceed £1 billion. We're directing And we're also directing £107 million more into health and social care integration and making an additional £72 million into primary care and GP services. We're also focused on tackling inequality and making Scotland fairer. The 2017-18 budget will deliver a living wage for social care workers, investing in a new social security system, and continue to protect people from the bedroom tax. And just on Monday, we announced £590 million to build affordable housing across Scotland, with all 32 local authorities sharing £422 million. And that includes £19.4 million for Aberdeenshire and £12.3 million here in Aberdeen. Conference, the budget I delivered, I think, is the best deal for taxpayers and public services in the whole of the UK. But you see, in Scotland, the Tories talk low tax, whilst in power in England, they hiked the council tax. And whilst the council tax freeze, which provided much-needed relief for household budgets through difficult times, has come to an end, council tax in Scotland is still lower on average than it is south of the border. You see, the Tories are for higher taxes, but only if you're poor, or you're sick, or you're seeking education. And of course, this week, the Tory Chancellor, so proud of his budget jokes, had to U-turn on his increases in taxes and the self-employed. Well, he's no laughing now. The Scottish Tories, as we know only too well, serve as a warm-up act for the Prime Minister. They follow their bosses, telling us they don't want divergence on tax from Westminster, reverting to type, opposing Scotland using our hard-won powers. The Tories say they want the same treatment on tax on both sides of the border. But I'll give you one area where there should be the same treatment on tax. Our police and fire services should be able to reclaim VAT as the case in England. Because that would provide fairness and an additional £35 million every year to our vital emergency services. But did we ever really expect fairness from the Tories? Let's not forget that so far they have cut Scotland's budget by £2.5 billion between 2010-11 and 2015-16, and there are savage cuts still to come. Our budget is expected to be 9.2% lower in real terms in 2019-20 than it was in 2010-11. And despite these fiscal challenges, I delivered a budget for the coming year which increases the spending power for local services by over £400 million. At every opportunity, we manage Scotland's finances to maximise the value for the taxpayer. Take our approach on digital connectivity. Broadband is largely a reserved matter. We could have sat back and waited for Westminster to invest in Scotland's digital infrastructure, but we didn't. We decided that giving homes and businesses access to broadband would help our economic ambitions and tackle inequalities by bridging the digital divide. And by working carefully with the private sector, we've secured even greater value through something called gain share. And this generates income for the public sector. So I can announce today that through gain share, there's an additional £15.6 million to invest in high-speed broadband. An additional 17,000 homes and businesses across 27 local authorities will benefit, with funded targeting at areas with low speeds, including Aberdeenshire, Angus, Dumfries and Galloway, Perth and Kinross, the Scottish Borders and Stirling. This is the difference the SNP government makes, making the most of our money and our budget to benefit more people and more communities across Scotland. But Conference, delivering budgets and finding compromise isn't entirely new to me. 10 years ago, when the SNP became the first SNP Scottish Government, I wasn't in Parliament. I was a local councillor. I led the SNP at Renfrewshire Council, taking the group from opposition to administration for the first time. So as we face these council elections, I know only too well the important difference that local government can make to people's quality of life. So I want our SNP candidates to be inspired by the ability to deliver real change at local level. SNP councils deliver in communities across the country. The work of our councillors is immense and often goes unsung. When I was leader in Renfrewshire, I inherited a council whose Labour administration had run out of ideas, energy and ambition. Housing, schools, community facilities and the environment all needed attention. And I was also very struck by all the evidence that I had seen about the more we could do in early years, the better the life chances of our young people. So with determination, innovation and a team approach, we found ways to invest new resources in early years, housing and environmental regeneration. We delivered new and expanded community facilities, improved social care and established a programme of new and refurbished schools. This is what we can do in local government, and this is why Scotland needs more SNP councils to keep on delivering in partnership with the Scottish Government. Labour, once dominant in local government, for a generation, Labour told us that you had to vote Labour to keep the Tories out. Remember that line? Well, 2014 might have killed that line stone dead, but the cozying up together started in 2012 when Labour and the Tories entered into unholy alliances all over Scotland to keep the SNP out of council administrations. Who'd have thought it? The Labour Party preferring to enter into coalition with the Tories just because of its dogmatic and irrational opposition to the SNP. No wonder Labour is at 14% in the opinion polls. And remarkably, when asked about that level of support in the Holyrood magazine, here was the response. The polls being bad for the Labour Party isn't news. It's been that way for some time now. So as we embark on these council elections, let me tell you something that I'm really proud of. We will have more female candidates than ever before because we took action to achieve this. You see, Conference, it is time that our council chambers more closely reflected the diversity of our communities they seek to represent. And this party was right to take action to encourage more female candidates to come forward. In Conference, I said earlier we were a parliament of minorities, but there are many areas of agreement in our national parliament in Edinburgh. Let me tell you one. A majority of MSPs support Scottish independence. And those MSPs carry a mandate to hold another referendum, whether Westminster likes it or not. So it appears, Conference, that the First Minister's announcement on Monday has struck a raw nerve. First, we had Labour MSPs and Lone MP telling us that they would vote against the right of Scots to choose their future. And whenever I hear the supposed defenders of Scotland's working class communities talk like this, I'm reminded, Conference, of where I come from. I was born and grew up in a working class family in a working class scheme in Renfrew. All around me were people who had voted Labour all their lives. The right to have a say and a voice had been hard fought and won over many decades. In Conference, I wonder what happened to that party that used to stand up for these communities and fight for them to have such rights. And of course, we should expect nothing more from the Tories. They've spent centuries perfecting the craft of keeping people down and in their place, and Scotland has been no exception. But we aren't surprised. So we aren't surprised that yesterday they told us no. No, you cannot have a choice, no matter that you voted to have that choice. The answer is no, not at a time of your choosing. Their arrogance is breathtaking. An unelected Prime Minister telling our elected First Minister what she can and can't do. The sole Tory MP in Scotland telling the majority parties at Holyrood what they can and can't do. Tories telling Scotland what to do Well, we know that that worked out well for them in the past, didn't it, Conference? But let's resolve here, right now, not to stoop to their level. You see, the independence cause has never been stronger, but the need to reach out has never been greater. To persuade people to choose a different future, we need to listen to why they voted no last time. How we conduct ourselves really matters. As Democrats, we must respect the right of people to disagree with us and treat our opponents as we wish to be treated ourselves. So if you care about this cause, remember this. Our case is a strong one. It will be won by persuading friends and family and colleagues. But it doesn't start with talking, it starts with listening. So Conference, let us show that by giving people a choice, we can bring our country together. We will let the people choose the future they want for their country. And Conference, that is Scotland's right, and we will always stand up for Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference. If you're leaving the hall, could you do so as quietly as possible, please, because we've still got a lot of business to do, to get through, and I'm going to move on to it as quickly as possible to Resolution 3 on voting franchise. Delegates, we've got a lot of cards in for the next two resolutions on the agenda. I think it's unlikely we're going to get through everybody, and I apologise for that. But if those speakers who are called could please keep to time, I'm going to be very strict on the time. We'll try and get through as many people as possible. So can I ask Doug Daniel to come and move Resolution 3, to be followed by Christian Allard. Do you want to be the pensioners' announcement?
Fit-like delegates. Aye, cheers. Originally, this resolution was prompted by Nicola's speech about inclusion at Autumn Conference, but it's been made increasingly clear over the past few days that the Tories want to gerrymander the electorate of Scotland's next referendum to exclude EU nationals. I can't help feeling this resolution is taking on a whole new level of importance and urgency. Go and trumpet a wee bit there. Our party is built on the belief that decisions about Scotland should be made by the people who live and work in Scotland. That's a proposition we put forward in 2014, and it'll be the same when we give folk another shot to answer the question correctly next time. But as it stands, tens of thousands of people who live and work in Scotland don't get a say in these decisions. In the UK, a foreign national's current voting rights, and I stress the word current, basically depend on whether their country of birth is in the EU or is once a victim of British imperialism. It's a wee bit cybernauty, aye. Go on. Someone who was born thousands of miles away in Vanuatu or Tuvalu can vote in our elections, but someone who was born in Iceland or Norway can't. And yet everyone in this room is currently closer to Stavanger than to Westminster. You're probably glad about that. Go on. And then there's Brexit. Thanks to their lives being used as bargaining chips in Theresa May's doomed quest to get a better EU deal than the members themselves, EU nationals have no idea whether they'll even be allowed to stay here, never mind vote in future elections. But considering they were denied a vote in a referendum in which they had the highest stakes of all, you're not exactly going to bet in it, are you? Immigration's controlled by Westminster, and that will never get devolved, no matter what was said last year by Aberdeen's most hated son, Michael Gove. So we can't offer security... Stop it. No, honestly, stop it. Right. So we can't offer security to EU nationals in that respect. But one thing we can do, thanks to Scotland 2016 Scotland Act, is decide who can vote in Holyrood and council elections. Perhaps it's a small gesture, but promising EU nationals that they won't have their Scottish voting rights taken away would at least send a clear message, one that's diametrically opposed to the rhetoric being so readily embraced by Ruth Davidson's born-again Brexiteers, and shamefully and shamelessly by those in the Labour Party, who in 2014 claimed it would be independence that would prevent us showing international solidarity with folk outside Scotland. It's worth remembering that they only ever mentioned caring about workers in Newcastle, Manchester and Cardiff, and never those from Paris, Prague or Poznan. Before Sadiq Khan came up here to insult half of Scotland, maybe he should have asked some of his former colleagues why they were so worried about family members becoming foreigners, as if that would make them lesser people. But why stop at EU nationals? Being a complete loser, I've gone through all the marked registers in Aberdeen from the last 2 elections. It saddens me when I see households where 1 or 2 folk have more restrictive voting rights than the others, and that's just the ones who are allowed to register. If we're at Jock Tamson's bairns, why should anyone be prevented from voting just because of where they were born? Why shouldn't everyone who contributes to our society get the opportunity to vote for their amazing local SNP candidates? Let's extend the voting franchise so that anyone who's chosen to make Scotland their home can vote without having to go through costly and convoluted residency processes to do so. Granting voting rights to all foreign nationals isn't even that unusual, especially across Europe. Countries like Denmark, Finland and Norway all allow foreign nationals to vote in their local elections, so in that respect we're already behind the curve. But extending the franchise for national elections would see us take an initiative. It's been discussed in France for years and was put to referendum in Luxembourg unsuccessfully in 2015, but nobody's actually done it yet. Against a current backdrop of Brexit and Trump, what better way to show the world the kind of country an independent Scotland will be than to ensure everyone is included in our democratic processes? The UK government made sure EU nationals were voiceless when their futures were being decided last year. I don't know about all of you, but I never want anyone who has made Scotland their home to be voiceless ever again. Except Willie Young. Delegates, please back this motion, and Emma's a good egg.
Thank you, Doug. Christian Allard to second the resolution, to be followed by Jerry Fisher to move the direct negative.
Who would have thought that Jerry will do this? I'm maybe one of those, Doug, one of those voiceless person. You'll have to decide for yourself if I'm voiceless or not. I'll have to say, merci, Doug. Thank you very, very much to have put that in front of conference today, because it shows, if something shows, is how different that we are, conference, to the other political parties. I have to thank Doug for something else as well, for all the hours it takes to make sure that the SNP candidates are elected. I'm one of those. Me, along with Katrina Mackenzie, we are candidates for Tory and Federal. And I can tell you that Tory and Federal is a ward which is international, with a lot of people from Eastern countries, people from all over the world, and we've got to make sure that those people not only have a voice at this election, but will have a voice in the future. Conference, I've got 3 grandchildren, and they stay in that ward of Tory. And my grandson has got 2 best pals. One of them is Polish, the other one is Chinese. They are 12 years old, they are too young to vote, but their parents are not they can't vote, and they should have a vote. And what I want to say by this is we've got to realize that our movement is a very inclusive movement. If you remember last year, we had hashtag We Are Scotland. And this hashtag We Are Scotland really showed what kind of country we have become.
And a lot of people all over the world show what Scotland nationalist movement is about, this inclusivity that we are so proud of. I'll take one example of this hashtag movement was We Are Scotland. It was a tweet, and it said, "The Scottish often say, if you live here, you're Scottish. I'm waiting for the catch. There is no catch. This really shows for people like me who decided to make Scotland our home. It shows really what kind of positive message can empower people. And it didn't empower me. It will empower my children and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. And we've got to understand this, how much it is important for our future. If you remember Craig and Shari Reid's song, you know, we all Scotland story and we all were the same. What I would like you to do, conference today, is to make sure that we all have the opportunity to add all the world's nationalities to the lyrics, and making sure that we send a message of welcome to the world from this hall in Aberdeen. A message of inclusivity and of democracy fit for the 21st century. Let's help all people who live here to help us to shape our future. Aberdeen is welcome.
Jerry Fisher to move the direct negative, to be followed by Mary Tilbury to speak for the resolution.
Conference, Jerry Fisher, Delegate Oban and Lorne, who is speaking to this resolution and moving the direct negative on this resolution for the simple reason that it's the first, if not the only, resolution on the agenda of this conference in which I can discuss the question of independence. Hunter was wrong. It's not 10 years since I started. I was a latecomer to this party, having been interested in politics from the age of 14 at the Alexandra Park Gates in Denniston. It was 32 years and an education and a degree in economics and political science before Winnie, whom I was assisting down in London at the time, because she was a friend of mine, persuaded me that I should join the party, by which time I had been convinced that the SNP was the only vehicle in which we could achieve independence. And I had come to believe that Scottish independence was essential if, in fact, Scotland was going to continue to exist as a nation with its values and its political theories sound. Scotland, which in the early 14th century was the first country in the world to declare for the sovereignty of the people over the monarch. And which still, to this day, disagrees violently with the Parliament down south, who stand by the sovereignty of Parliament, not the sovereignty of the people. Scotland, which in the 16th century started the first idea of public education for children. Nowhere else in the world then, or for another 200 or 300 years. And Scotland, which had built a society with the aid of the Enlightenment and David Hume and Adam Smith, based not on the words of those great men, but on the whole values of a national poet. You see, there aren't any suppers for Adam Smith and David Hume throughout the world, but throughout the world there are suppers for Rabbie Burns, and it's his values that this nation and society is based on. And I stand for independence for Scotland, and independence for Scotland means quite simply to me, from my training, indeed my thought, that the majority of the Scottish people would elect members to a representative parliament which Parliament would choose its government, and that the legislation for that country would be passed by that Parliament, sovereign will of the Scottish people determining so. And now I'm faced with the possibility of a referendum, which in fact says, do you want that? But incidentally, if you want that, you're going to end up as a member of the European Union. And the European Union, as distinct from Westminster, where we suffer from having 9% of the vote and one member on 21 candidates, the European improvement is that we will have one member at the top table with one vote out of 28 nations who have votes at the top table, and 4% of the members of Parliament who will have a decision to make on the decision on the Brexit vote or the Brexit agreement. Now, my good friend, and I say that happily and proudly, my good friend, the First Minister, said the other day that what the Scottish people must have is a choice. I agree with her on that, on any referendum. I agree that it should be a choice, but not the false choice of membership of the UK Union or automatic membership of the European Union. That's a totally false choice. That's like asking me to decide whether I prefer to be hung or whether I prefer to commit suicide.
That's time, Jerry. Thank you.
On the sum up, I will have one grammatical sentence when I will ask the conference to make a choice.
Okay, with apologies to Mary Tilbury, whose card ended up in the wrong pile, I'm actually going to call Theo Forbes to speak next in favour of the resolution. And Theo is a first-time speaker at conference.
Conference, as we step into the unknown of the Brexit abyss, as a young person, I am honestly scared. I cannot comprehend settling for life in a union that prioritises the rich over the poor, that refuses to acknowledge the benefits immigration brings to our economy and culture, with no hope of changing that in the future. I can't even imagine how someone who has come here to make Scotland their home must feel. People who contribute to our economy, who enrich our culture, the people who make it the Scotland we know. These are the people targeted by the xenophobic animosity spouted by the Tories. We see what happened in America, where a campaign based on racism and misogyny won the presidency. Trump supporters blamed immigrants and the most vulnerable in society for problems caused by bankers and corporate greed. The old divide and rule tactic was effective, and the very same rhetoric is winning the argument in the UK, exemplified by UKIP's infamous breaking point post in the latter stages of the Brexit campaign, and culminating in Theresa May holding Donald Trump's hand, figuratively and literally. There are those who would happily see it happen in Scotland too. Already I'm seeing suggestions that EU citizens should not be allowed to vote in the next Scottish independence referendum. That same divide and rule tactic has served the British establishment well over the years, and they used it to disenfranchise EU citizens in the EU referendum. Now they want to repeat it in Scotland. Conference. This resolution would safeguard our citizens against this fundamentally undemocratic behaviour. At last year's Tory Party conference, Theresa May spoke under a podium with the words, "A country that works for everyone." What they really meant by this directive was a country that works for them. If that means a country that has no place for immigrants, that prioritises the rich over the poor, that treats Scotland with contempt, then all the better in their eyes. Well, not in mine. The Tories used to speak of a big society. How bitterly ironic in 2017. In Theresa May's Brexit Britain, there's only a vague nostalgia for Britain's imperial past. with Liam Fox, Boris Johnson and David Davies looking to return to the good old days when the poor sank and the rich swam. Extending the vote to everyone who calls Scotland their home would allow us to look forward in optimism and inclusion, not backwards in nostalgia and exclusion. By passing this motion, we ensure people have the right to decide their own future in Scotland, regardless of where they come from. They are not bargaining chips to be used in Brexit negotiations. They are our friends, families and colleagues. They are the people of Scotland.
That's time for you.
They are the people of Scotland, like everyone sat here today. Conference, please support this motion.
Conference, I apologise, I'm not going to be able to take any more speakers in this debate, so we're going to move to the summing up. Jerry, do you wish to sum up? Okay, you'll have 2 minutes to sum up, Jerry. And if Doug could be ready for his summing up as well.
Madam Convener, first of all, I should tell you that SOAC turned down a resolution from Oban and Lorne because, in fact, it confirmed party policy. It was saying that we were in favour of Scottish independence. I then have to point out that this resolution is covered by current party policy because we have a draft new constitution for an independent Scotland which more or less says everything, except it doesn't talk about the EU. It talks about people from wherever they come. The question I wanted to put to conference is this. You are in fact being told that you have a choice in any future referendum. If you believe that you want Scotland to be a member of the EU, then I would ask you to continue to vote for this resolution. If, on the other hand, you want Scotland to be independent and are quite clear that Scottish independence does not exist within an EU where we are 2 to 4% of the power in the vote, then I ask you to vote against this resolution in the belief that when we've had a card vote, the party leaders will know just how many people might vote against the resolution which was put to them if it involved becoming a member of the EU.
And Doug, you have 2 minutes to sum up for the resolution.
I don't know if any of that was actually about the resolution itself, really, but anyway, I just want to point out the franchise considered a protected subject matter, so any changes need a 2/3 majority in order to pass. That means we need the backing of other parties in order to do this. So it means, Lib Dems and Labour have to decide whether they want to look like they don't like EU citizens after all, or whether they want to back it. Wouldn't bother Tories, obviously. But before you vote on the resolution, and bear in mind these words from Joanna, a Polish woman living in Scotland who was on the Victoria Derbyshire show this week. I feel like I'm a patient on the operation table, with no anaesthetic, with no doctor by my side. I'm in pain already, and there is Scotland there, holding my hand, saying everything is going to be okay. Words matter. Gestures matter. Even small ones like this. Let's show the likes of Joanna that everything is going to be Bardzo dobrze. Thank you.
Okay, conference, I'm going to move to the vote. Could I see cards in favour of the resolution, first of all? And could I see cards against the resolution? The resolution is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you. Conference, we still have a bit of business to get through. Could I ask the indulgence of Conference to agree to suspend standing orders so that we can continue this session for an additional 15 minutes so that we can get through our next resolution and also the very important business on the Women's Academy before we close for lunch? Thank you. Thank you for that, Conference. Okay, we're going to move to Resolution 4 on Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. To be moved by Tommy Shepherd MP. And seconded by Nadia El Nakia.
Conference, we're now discussing the longest running political conflict in our lifetime, which involves the longest ever military occupation in the world and the largest ever displacement of a civilian population which remains undealt with. That is the tragedy of Israel-Palestine, which we focus on today. And the movers of this resolution have done so from the perspective of seeking justice for the Palestinians whose aspirations have been long ignored by the international community for many generations. But let me say this at the beginning, that in seeking justice for one group of people, we do not advocate injustice for anyone else. This motion starts from the perspective of what is called the two-state solution, that there should be a secure and viable state of Israel, and there should also be a secure and viable state of Palestine. Both states democratic and respecting and tolerating dissent within their own borders, although reflecting their distinct characteristics, and both living in peaceful coexistence with each other. That is the aspiration, and I have to tell you, Conference, that sadly that is farther away from reality than it has ever been. Now, the truth of the matter is this, that you cannot have a two-state solution when one of those states is in military occupation of the land designated for the other one. It is that simple. And therefore, we need to reiterate our call on the Israeli government to cease the military occupation of Palestine and to withdraw to its own recognized 1967 borders, so that not only the new state of Palestine can emerge and flourish and become real, but also so that Israel's own security can be better protected, because the thing that undermines that is the continuing military occupation. Now, Conference, this motion focuses on settlements, and some have said that settlements are only part of the equation, and of course that is true. But they are a big part of the equation and deserving of our focus. Back in the 1990s, the Oslo Accord gave the new Palestinian Authority control over the towns and villages of that area and left Israel as the occupying power in control of 62% of the West Bank. But that was intended to be a temporary process. It was intended that the land would be handed as the new Palestinian state came into being, and it never happened. Instead, Israel accelerated the process of building residential settlements in the occupied areas in direct contravention of the Geneva Convention and of all recognized international law. And that is what continues today. Now, I'm not naive, Conference. I know that there are 600,000 settlers now living in the occupied Palestinian territories. And I know that their future is going to have to be part of a negotiated solution. But every brick that is laid, every new apartment block that is designed and built, makes the problem larger, and it makes its solution further away. So, Conference, like anything else, when you're in a hole, stop digging. That is why we call for an immediate cessation of the settlement building program so that meaningful peace talks can be again tried to be started. Now, in reality, what the settlements are a de facto annexation of territory by the Israeli government. And we know We know that there are now very serious political forces inside the new government of Israel, the most right-wing in its history, which are advocating for that situation to be legalised and those territories to be formally annexed into a greater Israel. And that would be a disaster, not just for the Palestinians, but for the Israelis and for any hope of peace in that region. Now, Conference, we need to do a number of things. We need to support those voices within Israel that are calling for an end to the occupation, for the recognition of Palestine and for mutual peaceful coexistence. There are many brave Israelis, most of them of Jewish origin, who are fighting that good fight, and we should be supporting groups like B'Tselem and Breaking the Silence. We should also be calling upon the Israeli government to cease the occupation, to cease the settlement building programme, and to get back round the table for meaningful peace talks. And I think it is a source of immense regret that the United Kingdom government absented itself from the recent peace talks in Paris, which were trying to move that solution forward. We need to keep the pressure on them to engage with the international community to make sure that we seek an international solution. But the final thing we need to do is we need to demonstrate our solidarity with the Palestinians, the people who have for so long been overlooked. And we need to say that we will stand up for their rights, we will hear their voices, and we will listen to them and take action on their behalf. And Conference, let me finish with this. I know this is a long way away from the big picture that dominates our proceedings here this weekend. We are talking about independence for our country. But these things are all connected. 25 years ago, it was a small country the size of Scotland, a small European country that took action and nearly achieved a settlement to the Middle East conflict. In the Oslo Accords, sponsored by Norway, they took things forward light years. If we get the opportunity to control our own country, then we will have the opportunity to play a role like that in the international community. And when people ask, will we stand up for human rights? Will we stand up for solidarity with the oppressed? Will we do the right thing by the world? Then Scotland will not be found wanting.
Nadia to second the resolution, to be followed by Sammy Steen to move the remit back. And Nadia is a first-time speaker at conference, delegates.
Thank you. As a Scottish Palestinian with family in the West Bank and Gaza, it's an absolute honour to second this motion. In a sense, this motion can't be debated. All countries must follow international law and respect that. Israel building settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories is illegal. It is an act of aggression and a form of oppression. Israel must be held to account for their actions, yet the world stays quiet, barely making a peep. We heard basically nothing from the UK government when the announcement after Donald Trump's inauguration for another 6,000 settlers to be put into the West Bank. We heard nothing. My father is from Julis, which was a town in Palestine, which is now part of northern Israel. In 1948, my family fled. They took only what they could carry, and they were told that they could return. They then settled in refugee camps, and then they lived in Libya. In 2005, we returned to the Gaza Strip. Now, Palestine's land has been stolen and continues to be pilfered. When Israel was created, the founder, one of the founders, Ben-Gurion, said that the old will die and the young will forget. And unfortunately, that is what is happening today. We should never forget the struggle of the Palestinian people every single day. Israel violates international law every single day and denies Palestinians their human rights, basic human rights, every single day. Now, there is 7.3 million Palestinian refugees across the world, and Israel has taken 80% of the Palestinians' land and annexing 60% of the West Bank now. Within the West Bank, we have 400,000 settlers, so 80% of the land is not enough. They want more. They want to take as much as they can to make sure Palestine doesn't exist. The only way to create a Palestinian state is to stop the settlements, because these settlements are of giant proportion and they eat up Palestinian land. They destroy villages, infrastructures in the West Bank, bulldozing homes down, farmers, crops ruined, livelihood, heritage, people's dreams crushed. We even see international aid workers lying down in front of the bulldozers, and that doesn't stop Israel. Nothing will stop them. No condemnation at United Nations Security Council will stop Israel from building these settlements. Now, in December 2016, a United Nations resolution was passed condemning the building of settlements on Palestinians' land. Israel's response was to legalise the building of settlements. They legalised theft. It was passed 60 to 52. Now, there was absolute outrage by Israeli politicians, with the leader of the Labour Party describing the legislation as an insane law that threatens to destroy Israeli democracy. On top of that, their very own Attorney General said that he would not defend the law. It is unconstitutional, and it speaks volumes of how Israel doesn't believe and doesn't feel accountable for international law and across the globe. Now, these settlements are normally built on giant hills, and what they do is they assert their power and...
That's time, Nadia.
Oh, no. Okay, well, what I'm going to do... Okay, 2 seconds. I've seen these settlements when I used to travel to Gaza, and they are a form of oppression. They make Palestinians' lives extremely difficult. Electricity cut, water cut. We see them as these... as a definition that Palestinians are second-class citizens. I ask conference to support the motion and to send a loud message that what we want is an urgency to work towards
Nadia,
peace.
you're going to have to wind up.
2 seconds. An urgency to work towards peace.
You've had more than 2 seconds. You're going to have to wind up.
And a two-state solution. Thank you.
Okay. Simon Steen to move the remit back, to be followed by Ian Campbell to second.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm proposing a remit back for Resolution 4. Before I begin, I have to declare a personal interest in this resolution. I was born a Palestinian. I was born a Jewish Palestinian. As a Jew, I do not support the building of illegal settlements. I do not support the expansion of illegal settlements. I support our party's policy of a two-state solution, and I strongly advocate for peace for both the Israeli and the Palestinian people. But Conference, lasting peace needs action from both sides, not one side. We cannot advocate for peace if we support one side and condemn the other. Sadly, this is what Resolution 4 does, which is why I ask Conference for a remit back. Resolution 4, as you've just heard, is based on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334, which was approved unanimously in December 2016. Resolution 2334 comprises of 13 clauses, but Resolution 4 refers only to the first 5 regarding actions that only Israel must take for peace. But it ignores other actions that Israel and the Palestinians must take to secure a lasting peace. Resolution 4 ignores Clause 6 from 2334, which calls on both sides to take immediate steps to prevent all acts of violence against civilians, including acts of terror and destruction. It ignores Clause 7, which calls for both parties to act on the basis of international law to refrain from actions of incitement and inflammatory rhetoric. There are other clauses in Resolution 2334 that Resolution 4 omits to talk about. A vote for Resolution 4 states that settlements are the only obstacle to peace. This is not the case. There are no settlements in Gaza, legal or illegal ones. Gaza has been under Palestinian administration for over 10 years, and there have been 3 wars in that time between the two sides. Now, I don't object to the content of Resolution 4, but as it stands, it is one-sided and it's incomplete. I ask Conference to approve a more complete resolution, one that includes all the important aspects of 2334. Now I'd like to address the people who submitted Resolution 4. The way to help the Palestinians is to advocate for a secure and lasting peace. Resolution 4 in its present format does not do that. It does not address that. And so, if you'll excuse me, surely if the content of 2334 is the message for peace from United Nations, it should also be the message from peace for this conference. This conference can do better. This party can do much better. So conference, take your courage in your hands and vote for a remit back.
Ian Campbell, second remit back.
Conference, I would like to encourage you to support this remit back. I stand before you as one who opposes the building of illegal settlements, but this resolution simply doesn't go far enough. If you look at one position, it doesn't make a whole resolution. This resolution says that the two-party state, which the SNP supports, is under threat in part due to settlement building. What use is a peace treaty in part? Surely we need to listen to both sides. By failing to be balanced and moderate and include the whole of the UN resolution, then we fail Israel and we fail the Palestinian people. If we are truly in support of the rights of the Palestinian people, then we simply must be prepared to speak out against acts of terror. Otherwise, our silence simply condemns the next generation of Palestinian children to believing that violence is the answer to their problems. To have an influence, we need to be both listening and speaking to both parties. By listening to one nation and condemning the other, we simply alienate that one and actually condone the actions of the other. Such an approach is futile if we want to truly be an influence for peace. I believe, Conference, that an independent Scotland would be in a unique position to be a broker for peace in the Middle East. Firstly, because Scotland is one of the few countries in Europe that has never had anti-Semitic legislation passed. Secondly, because in this nation there is a real heart and hope for the Palestinian people. I believe an independent Scotland could rise up in international community by brokering a peace deal. Just imagine the Edinburgh or the Glen Eagles peace agreement. To do this, we must take a moderate and balanced approach. Conference, we're facing a referendum, and we need to show the people of Scotland that we are a party that can be trusted to listen to everyone, that we are a party that will seek justice, even those who don't hold our views. Without that, we will fail our nation of Scotland. Likewise, without a balanced and moderate resolution, we fail to bring about a lasting peace in the Middle East. Conference, I urge you to remit back this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, Conference, I apologise, I'm not going to be able to take any more speakers in this debate. Could I ask the movers of the remit back if they wish to use their right to sum up? No, the movers of the remit back first. Okay, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay. I haven't actually prepared a remit back summary speech, but I would urge you, all of you, to think about both sides in the conflict. As was said by a previous speaker, the Palestinians are the only people who have been refugees for 60 years. Why are they still refugees? Why do refugees that come to Scotland get assimilated in Scotland and become Scots? Why can't Palestinians, wherever they end up in the world, whether it's Palestine or United States or Europe, why do they have to stay Palestinians, refugees? Do you know that UNRWA classifies every Palestinian a refugee regardless of where they live? I'm calling for Conference to be balanced and fair and actually work for peace for both sides. That's the only way we will have true peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
Tommy, you have your 2 minutes to sum up.
I'm under no illusion at how complicated and complex this debate is, and that there are many different points of view within it, indeed within our own conference in our own party, and I regret that we haven't had longer today to actually explore those nuances and those differences. But the simple matter of fact is this, that sometimes you have to look at something and you have to say it's wrong. Sometimes you have to say sometimes you have to say, even to people that you wish to have very good relations with, and we wish to have good relations with the Israeli government, you have to say what you are doing not only doesn't help, it actually prevents the emergence of a viable, sustainable peace in that region. And for as long as the occupation and the settlement building program goes on, there will never be peace in that part of the world. And that is the simple truth. The resolution is put in the context of the United Nations Security Resolution 2334, so it therefore endorses all of that statement that was made by the United Nations and to which the British government is a signatory. So the fact that we haven't repeated it verbatim in the resolution is simply to do with the length of conference resolutions. But make no mistake, no one is saying that ending the settlement program is the only thing that needs to be done to get the peace process back on the road. Not at all. But it is one first very significant step. And that's why we should back this resolution. And if you vote for the remit back, you will be effectively saying, conference, we do not wish to make a statement on the actions of the Israeli government occupying Palestine and continuing with a process which can only be regarded as political annexation.
Okay, delegates, we're going to move to the vote, and we'll take a vote on the remit back first of all. So can I see cards in favour of the remit back? And can I see cards against? The remit back falls. We're now, conference, please. We now move to the vote on the resolution. Can I see cards in favour of the resolution? And cards against? The resolution is carried overwhelmingly. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience, conference. We're not finished. We still have another very important session before we finish up, and I'm going to invite our national convener for Women Inequalities, Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, and while she's coming to the stage, I'm going to make a couple of very brief announcements. First of all, to remind everyone that you have to pay for car parking. Apparently, parking tickets are being issued. And also to say to anyone who is a member of Pensioners for Independence that you're going to have a group photograph immediately after this session finishes outside the main entrance to the centre, unless it started raining, in which case it will be inside. But I'm sure you'll find your colleagues in Pensioners for Independence if you want to be part of that. Okay? And I'm going to hand over to Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh. Thank you very much, Taz.
Thank you very much indeed, Susan. Don't leave, because the fun's just about to begin. We're about to have a session on the main stage at conference, which is exactly where it should be, on the work of the Women's Academy, and to showcase some of the wonderful women who we have in our party. We had our first Women's Academy conference way back in 2012, so we're 5 years into that and something we're very proud of. And indeed, the SNP held our first ever Equalities Conference in 2016. And let's just look at some of our electoral success. 2015 saw the number of women at Westminster increase from 1 to 18. And 2016, absolutely, it's worthy of applause. And 2016 saw our Scottish Parliamentarian women contingent increase from 17 to 27. Now, we've celebrated this month International Women's Day, the campaign slogan of which is "Be bold for change." And bold we are, and silenced we shall not be. So it gives me pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who was elected off the back of a mechanism we brought in to encourage more women to stand for election and indeed to be selected, an all-women shortlist. And before I introduce her, let me just say that Ruth Maguire has been elected because she has merit and she's deserving of her position. So please welcome the MSP for Cunningham South, Ruth Maguire.
Good afternoon, conference. It's a real pleasure to take part in this Women's Academy session here today in Aberdeen. I am the MSP for Cunningham South, and I'm very proud to be a member of the 2016 intake of SNP MSPs. We're the first cohort elected after our party decided that we weren't willing to wait forever for equal representation and took positive steps to make sure that competent, capable women who merited a place in our Scottish Parliament were not prevented from getting there by the structural inequalities that unfortunately do still exist in our society. I have been asked to speak a little bit today about my political journey. I've always been interested in politics and political campaigning, but have to be honest and say that being a politician wasn't really something that I dreamt of when I was a little girl. One thing that sparked my interest were the reports at branch meetings given by one of our other excellent SNP women, Councillor Anthea Dixon. They were informative, they were interesting, but most of all, they showed me the importance of local government and the opportunity that existed for SNP councillors to make a real difference in our communities. I was encouraged to stand, and in 2012 I did, and was pleased and probably a little bit terrified as well to be elected to represent the Irvine West Ward. As a councillor, I was lucky to work with a fantastic group of SNP women who were all very generous with their time, their wisdom, their support and their encouragement. The men in the group were all right too, but this is the Women's Academy, so I'm not going to dwell on them today. And there's a bit of a theme of encouragement here that runs through my experience of being in the SNP. And I don't think we can overstate the importance of that. It's really exciting standing for election and an absolute privilege to represent your community in Parliament or in the council chamber. But like most things that we care deeply about and are worth doing, it can also feel quite daunting and overwhelming. What I would say to the women in the audience is find the folk who will champion and encourage you, seek out role models and mentors, and build each other up, encourage, praise and support each other. I think that our Scottish Parliament is better for having more women in it, and after May I know that our council chambers will be the same. And now I'm delighted to hand over someone who I hope will be in one of those council chambers, Ellen Forson from Clackmannanshire.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm also delighted to be here. When Tasmina texted me last night to confirm that I was speaking, I was eating my dinner and I was having a couple of glasses of wine with friends, and I was a bit like, So what am I going to speak about, Tasmina? I asked her that, and Tasmina said, speak about yourself, speak about the SNP, and speak about being a councillor. So here goes. Firstly, I'm a mum. I've got two boys aged 14 and 9, and they are at the heart of everything I do. And to quote the song, the children are our future, and everything that we do must bear that in mind. I joined the SNP as a student, but it wasn't until I started working for George Reid in 2003 that I began to think about getting more actively involved. I remember my first branch meeting, when I was bemused to find myself elected as the branch organiser. It's a common tactic I later learned. And I can honestly say that I've never looked back. I'm still my branch organiser. I've been the CA treasurer, the CA organiser for 6 years, and now I'm the CA convener. I've also been a successful election agent for two Holyrood and one Westminster election. And one of the best campaigns I've ever worked on was with Tasmina to win back the Oakland South Perthshire seat from Labour in 2015. It was not until around 2010 that I considered standing as a councillor, and the reason was that the then Labour administration had decided to merge my son's primary school with another school. The consultation process was a shambles, parents' views were misrepresented, and generally the process was manipulated to achieve the council's preferred outcome. I felt so strongly about that I decided the only way to change things was to stand for election myself. Fast forward 2 years and I'm selected by my branch, and following a strong campaign and knocking on many, many doors, I was elected. Boom. That was the end of life as I knew it. Having worked for an MSP for the previous 9 years, I thought I knew what I was in for, but boy, was I wrong. Within a week, I was appointed as the convener of Education, Sport and Leisure, responsible for a budget of over £40 million, and also responsible for concluding the merger of the two schools I had campaigned so hard against. Now, one of the responsibilities of my new role was to chair the Council's community sports partnerships. The first meetings of each of these was challenging, to say the least. I was the only woman in the room. I knew little about rugby, football, bowls and golf. And the opposition councillor who had chaired these meetings for the past 10 years took every opportunity to make me feel embarrassed and excluded from the meetings. I made sure that only happened once. Before each of the next meetings, I learned about the sports, read the back pages of the newspapers that I've never been near before, and by the time I chaired the meetings next, I was able to join in the banter and to show a little bit of knowledge. This was really appreciated by the clubs attending the meetings, and 6 months on, I was accepted as part of the sports partnerships. My views were respected, and more importantly, I was no longer the only woman round the table. And even better than that was the Labour councillor stopped coming to the meetings as his opposition for opposition's sake was truly exposed. Now, the reason I'm highlighting this is because those of you who are hoping to be elected will be faced with challenges like this, and will be pushed out of your comfort zones and will have to come up with creative ways of coping. But please remember, you're not alone. Use the support networks the party offers you and never be afraid to ask for help. Now, as a woman in Clackmannanshire, woman councillor in Clackmannanshire, I am one of 5 women out of the 18 councillors, and at 42 I'm the youngest, so not exactly representative. But not when you consider Inverclyde, which is just 1 woman councillor, or East Lothian with only 2. So at first glance in Scotland, you might think we have gender representation sorted, with all of our political parties being led by women. But sadly, at a local government level, less than 25% of councillors are women. As a party this year, we've taken steps to try and address this and are fielding more women candidates than ever before. But having more women stand for election is only the first step. We need to get women elected. We need to ensure that there is true representation on the councils who take the decisions on services which touch all our lives. So for the next 6 weeks, I'd ask you to do what you can to support all of our candidates. Get out on the doors, speak to people and deliver the message that it's only by electing majority SNP council administrations that we can build on the work of the SNP Scottish Government and deliver the services that meet our local communities' needs. Thank you. So I'm next delighted to introduce Julie Ford, who's a councillor for the Glenrothes West and Kinlassie ward.
Good afternoon, conference. Apologies, I'm having a bit of a technical glitch here. How wonderful technology is when it works. Okay, perhaps you'll learn once you're older. This was a comment that was thrown at me by the leader of the Conservative Party in Fife Council during my first full council meeting. A few months later, slightly out of breath after climbing all 6 floors of Fife House, I was met by a Labour colleague who asked if I needed him to give me the kiss of life. And more recently, I was told by another male councillor to ignore all of the men talking about football. Instead, he invited me back to his house and he'd provide the wine. Conference, I welcome you to the everyday life of a young female councillor. While we expect these comments from out-of-touch Tories and Labour councillors who have, quite frankly, been there as long as the furniture, I have also unfortunately faced discrimination from some of our own members. I was once challenged on my views on gender equality by another SNP councillor, who demanded that I list occasions when I had faced discrimination. Under pressure and with no immediate answer, gender discrimination was judged as a myth, and women were turning patriarchy into matriarchy. During my selection campaign in the summer of 2015, I faced endless comments of, "Why would a young lassie like you want to go into politics? What experience could you possibly have at such a young age?" As a young woman with political aspirations, of course I was nothing more than a careerist. Many people had made up their minds I was under 40 and wasn't a man in a suit. How could I possibly sit on Fife Council? Conference, while we quite rightly strive to increase female representation at Westminster and Holyrood and highlight the structural problems faced by many women that discourage them from following this path, I believe that our biggest challenge lies at council level. As has just been mentioned, only 24% of our councillors in Scotland are women. Think about that, under a quarter. If this is the blossoming world of matriarchy, then we're not doing a very good job. I have grown tired of sitting through yet another council committee where I have had men laughing at me, berating me, because essentially I was just a young girl. How could I possibly understand the intricacies of important issues such as child poverty? I have been told that I only get things done because I smile and I flutter my eyelashes at council officers. And again, I have watched as female members who would make excellent councillors turn away from that path. It's not for them. And Conference, who can blame them? I'm no shrinking violet, as you've probably judged, but I would be lying if I stood here today claiming that it hasn't been tough as a young woman in politics. While it remains the case that only 24% of our councillors are women, we cannot become victims of the equality illusion and believe gender discrimination is a thing of the past. There are very real barriers preventing women standing as councillors. So what is the answer? Do we equalise maternity-paternity provision, mimicking the Scandinavian models, and the common perception that it is a woman's job to take time off once a child is born? I mean, while that would be welcomed, it doesn't address specific issues in our councils. Perhaps we should adopt a quasi-American approach and call for a form of affirmative action, similar to what we have already adopted, but that prescribes a minimum of 40% of future council candidates are to be women. Is the equalities training the answer, dragging our councillors into the 21st century? Conference, I'm not saying that any of these, I don't know the answer, and I'm not saying that any of these are the answers, but it's definitely things that I have considered, and many of you may have as well. I don't know if perhaps the reality is we need a multifarious approaches to deal with complex issues. But what I do know is that we're going to have to be prepared in the years to come to have uncomfortable debates and discussions to ensure that we are truly moving equalities forward and seeing the beginning of the end to the structural violence that is gender discrimination at our councils. Thank you. And I'm now pleased to hand over to Julie Bell of Kirriemuir and Dean.
Good afternoon, Conference. I have no technology, which also means I have absolutely nothing prepared because it was so late last night I got the email. But this means a lot to me. When I joined the party in September, just after our referendum, our first one, the rage came upon me and I decided I need to roll my sleeves up and get on with this job. And I volunteered for as much as I possibly could within the branch and within the constituency association and for the Westminster campaign as well. I really wanted to get into the next referendum knowing I had done as much as I possibly could this time. Clearly, it hadn't been enough the last time. So when I joined the branch, you quickly align yourself with people of like-minded souls, most of whom are in the room here today, I have to say, the campaign team. I very quickly came to realise that the more we support each other to do this, the better it's going to be for everyone. Go to the Women's Academy, listen to what the leadership of this party says about how important women are in politics. We need to increase the representation in this line of work, if you like, in this journey. And I have to say as well, grow your own network, not just in the party. Role modelling, everything that my colleagues here, the sisters have said is absolutely true. We've all dealt with real challenges with people out with the party and within it, and we need to be honest about that. But seek support where you can. And I know I absolutely wouldn't be here today without Women for Independence. My sisters in that organisation are amazing. So, and if anyone wants to speak to me at all during the course of the conference or contact me, I'd be delighted to provide any encouragement and sisterhood to anyone. And also, I have to say, my MSP and my MP have been fantastically supportive too, and they're making great strides in being feminists themselves. Thank you. I'll pay for that later. I'd like to introduce now Jen Layden from Carlton constituency in Glasgow.
Hi there, conference. Excuse me for my bit of a sore throat. I've always quietly believed, conference, that there was very little that I couldn't do when I put my mind to it. I grew up in Glasgow in the 80s, which were very happy times for me, and I always remember it being a beautiful green place, full of lots of happiness. One of the reasons that I'm standing as one of the female candidates for Glasgow City Council is that I feel Glasgow has changed. For too long, we have been at the mercy of a Labour government and a Labour administration within Glasgow that hasn't embraced the diversity and vibrancy of its population, and a council that operates like an old boys club. And to be part of one of the many female candidates that are standing within Glasgow City Council, I'm proud to be part of this new fresh approach that we will have within the council. To be standing here at conference as one of the 56 candidates fighting for the people of Glasgow is one of the proudest moments of my life. I joined the SNP 2 years ago, and I did honestly believe that all I would do was go to a few branch meetings and give my fiver every month. But as soon as I went in there, I was welcomed with open arms and supported. And like a number of the other women up here, it wasn't long before I was recruited in as a branch organiser and into doing other volunteering. In my branch in Shettleston, we really do celebrate women. Almost all of our executive committee is female, and 5 of our 8 candidates standing in the upcoming elections are also female. So finally, conference, I just want to say, just with less than 50 days to go, we are really looking on everybody that's sitting within this room, that's out there listening, and within the branches. We really need to help get as many people into our local government as much as possible. These are the most important elections that we've probably had for a while. Whether this is folding leaflets, just coming out canvassing, or whether you are just able to come into the campaign rooms, your support is always welcome. I am a first-time candidate, and this is also the first time I've spoke at conference. And I have to admit that I have been having a few wee wobbles about whether or not that I can do this. And the possibility of becoming a representative for my ward and for the SNP comes with a massive responsibility that I take very seriously. But I'm always safe in the knowledge that I have the support of my fellow branch members, my friends and family, everybody within the SNP family, and of course with conference. Thanks very much for taking the time to listen.
With that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our final speaker, who I and so many of you in the audience will have had the great pleasure of campaigning with in the 2014 referendum. She led from the front the movement Women for Independence, joined the SNP, and is now the Minister in charge of creating our social security system, which will be based on dignity and respect. We are in safe hands. Conference, my friend, Jean Freeman.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be able to be here on this platform in this session. And you've heard from the women who've spoken before me about the talent, and you've seen it for yourself, the talent and the ability and the strength and the sheer resilience that they have. And what I want to say to you is this: nobody in this platform is special. What's special about us is that we're ordinary. We're the same as you. We're mothers and sisters and aunties and cousins. We work, we don't work, we get sick, we get well. Sometimes our heads are burling. We're exactly the same as you. There isn't anything special about standing for elected office except the understanding of two things: that when voters hand us their power and lend that to us to represent them, we are in the most privileged position of all. And when we are in this party and they lend us their power and their trust, then our job is to work day and daily for them and for the independence of our country. Now, none of that is easy. It's hard work. Being elected, it's hard work wherever it is that you're elected, whether it's a community council, whether it's a neighbourhood association, local government, national government. You have to do your homework, you have to know what you're talking about, and you have to be able to listen. All of those. We've got more branch organisers up here on this stage than you can shake a stick at. And what that tells me is that women do this. We organise, we listen, we pay attention, and we do our homework. But the hard bit comes when people have a go at us simply because we're women, simply because of our gender. When they treat us dismissively, when they make sexist and derogatory remarks, when they comment on how we're dressed, how high our heels are, whether our makeup's on right, whether the blow-dry hair this morning worked or not, and trust me, it doesn't always. When they do that, what do we need? Well, we need the strength of our sisterhood. But to every single man in this audience, we need you. We need you to come forward and call that out. And we need you to do that in this party where it exists, on social media where it most definitely exists, and in every street and town of this country where it does exist. Call it out and stand with us. And why does it matter that we will have women elected to local government, to national government, to community councils? Why does that matter? It's often said we're 52%, and indeed we are. But it matters because when you have a diversity of opinions and ideas in decision-making, you get better decisions. That's why every single section of the equalities work that will take place on this main stage during this conference matters. It matters it's on this main stage. It matters that we understand what that means. Each of those sessions will challenge every one of us in some way or another. And that is a good thing. Because for as long as we listen and learn, we grow. And for as long as we do that as a party, we will continue to have the trust of the people of Scotland. So women in politics matters. And to every woman in this audience, we are no better than you are. You are able, you are capable, you are skilled, you are resilient, and you are strong. So come and join us and be part of this party in action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean and Tasmina, and all of the sisters who spoke during that session. I'm sure you'll agree it was worth that extra 15 minutes into your lunch break. Thank you very much, conference, and see you later this afternoon.